Hi friends, welcome to this course on Oracle WebLogic 12c. So Oracle WebLogic is an application server. It's a Java-based application server, and it's a main component of Oracle Fusion middleware. So it helps in deploying Java-based application like the EAR file or the WAR file or the MDBs, and it serves as an application server in wide variety of environment. So we will be covering Oracle WebLogic in detail in this course. I am Subrata. I am working as a tutor in A+. I have around 20 years of experience working on Oracle technologies. That includes Oracle DBA, Oracle WebLogic, Oracle Apex, Forms and Reports, PL SQL, and so on. And in this course, we will be covering our syllabus. The syllabus is as follows: installation of Linux 6.7 in Oracle VirtualBox. So we will cover installation of Linux 6.7 in Oracle VirtualBox, and then on top of that, on that environment, on that Linux environment, we will be installing WebLogic. Then we will be creating a domain. Then we'll talk about admin servers, managed servers, data sources, JMS resources, application deployment, production deployment, WebLogic security, clusters, node manager, distributed deployment, and WLST. So these are the topics that we will be covering in the course. So first, let's start by installing Oracle Linux 6.7 in Oracle VirtualBox. So before installation, we need to download some software. So if you go to Google and type download Oracle VirtualBox, Oracle VirtualBox. So here you come to this link, click on this link, and you see it's for Windows host. So if you click on this, the download will start. So as you can see, the download has started. I will cancel it because I have already downloaded and installed the product. After download is complete, if you run the installer, the installation process is very simple. You just follow the on-screen instructions and Oracle VirtualBox will be installed on your machine. The next is we have to download Linux 6.7. So if you go to Google again and if you type download Oracle Linux 6.7 ISO. So you can go to the Oracle Technology Network here. Then you have to go to the Software Delivery Cloud. You have to sign in. If you are not, if you don't have an Oracle user, then you can click on new user and register here to create your user. Once you have the user, you can sign in. So I will use my user ID. I'm waiting for the pin to come on my mobile. So it has come. Log in. Here you type Oracle Linux, select Oracle Linux. Then you will see all the versions of Oracle Linux. So you download 6.7, this version, you select this. Then you click on continue here. So Linux 6.7. So you choose the platform, which is 86 64-bit. Click on continue. Then accept this license agreement. Accept this license agreement, then click on continue. Then you get this option to download the ISO images. So basically we need to download this image. This image you need to download. So you uncheck all and download this 3.6 GB this image. I have already downloaded the software, so you can see I have already downloaded that ISO file. So I am not downloading again, but you can use this to download. If you click on the download button, the download will start and you complete the download to get the ISO file. So that's pretty much about the software that is required. I already have the VirtualBox installed, so I will be using the VirtualBox to install Oracle Linux 6.7. So this is my VirtualBox. I have so many machines. You won't be having these machines, so you will have to click the new button and create new machines. I will show you in a moment. Okay, so you click on the new button. Let's call it WebLogic. And regarding location, we will have to specify a location. I will give this location, and it is Linux Oracle 64-bit. That's fine. Click on next. Let's give it 4096, 4 GB memory. Click on next. Create virtual hard disk now. Create VDI. That's okay. Dynamically allocate. That's okay. Let's make it 50 GB. 50 GB, and then click on create. So the VirtualBox is okay. The VirtualBox, after creation, we go to the settings. So here in advanced, we will select bidirectional, both of them. System processor will make it 2. Display we will change it to Vivox VGA, and networking we will change it to bridge adapter, advanced, allow all, and the second network we choose NAT. This is for the internet, And the first one is to get the IP address, proper IP address. So bridge adapter and NAT. So that's pretty much what we need to do. Click on OK. Then here in under storage it shows empty. So click here and select choose disk image. So we will select this ISO file that we have downloaded from the website. We'll choose this, and that's pretty much it. Next we will click on the start button and the installation should start. Let's see. Starting up the virtual box. So install and upgrade an existing system. We have to select skip media test. Okay. Here we have to click the next button. English is fine. US English is also fine. We will select basic storage. Select basic storage. Yes, discard any data. Localhost, local domain, that is fine. Next, selected city. We will choose Asia, Kolkata maybe. Let's see. Yeah, Asia, then Asia, Kolkata, we can select this and click next button. You have to give a root password. Click next. Use anyway. Use all spaces. Review and modify partition layout. Click next. So this is what we have. Root, we have 46 GB and 396 in swap, so that's fine. Click next. Format. Price changes to this. Okay, this we just keep the default and click next. Then here we will say customize now and click next. So under servers, okay, this is fine, base server. So basically under application, we will choose the internet browser. Under desktop, we'll choose desktop, and then we will like graphical administration tool, it's Windows system, and that's pretty much about it. And then we will select the next button. So it's starting the installation. So the installation process has started. It will take some time to complete. The installation is completed. You can see the message, congratulations, your Linux server installation is complete. So we'll have to reboot. Okay, so we click on the forward button. We agree to the license agreement and click on forward button. Click on no, I prefer to register at a later time. Click on forward button. No thanks, I will connect later. The forward button. We need to create one user, Oracle. Password is also Oracle. Confirm password Oracle. And click on the forward button. Use it anyway. Click yes. No need to change anything here. Click forward button. Enable KDUM, we have to uncheck this and then click on finish. We accept this dialog box. Yes. Okay. So again it will reboot. So we'll click on other and log in as root. application system tools terminal will drag it. Sorry, system tools terminal drag. Okay, so we have our command prompt. Now we will go to system. We made a mistake. I will correct that. Network connections. So ETH 0. If we click on edit, we have to check automatically connected and apply. IP4 setting which automatically apply. Similarly, ETH 1 edit. We have to say connect automatically, apply, close. Then we have to reboot again. Click on other. Login as root. Okay. So now if we go to the terminal and type ifconfig, we should get an IP address. Yeah, 192.168.0.102. So let's go to PuTTY. We already have WebLogic. No, this would be 102. Save this. Open. So we will log in as root. So we are logged in. So the next thing we'll have to do is, first we'll have to get the repo. So we'll do that. Okay. Next we'll do new object. This will take a while. It's asking is this okay, so we will say y. We'll say y, then it will continue. Again it's prompting is this okay, so we'll again say yes. Say yes, so that it continues. So now it will proceed. So EM update has completed. So the next thing we'll have to do is to install this table, because this is missing in 6.7, so we have to install it now. We have to click Y, select Y. Okay, so we are done now. The next thing we'll have to do is disable the fire one. So we will have to run this now few commands. So this is save, then this is stop, and then this is to make it permanent. Okay, so we have done that. Now here we have to go to device and insert guest edition CD. We'll install guest edition. So we'll click on that. So click OK. Click on run. I think we'll have to reboot and do the guest edition. So close this. We'll reboot. So we click other, we say root. guest edition is already installed. As you can see, the look and feel has changed and it has become much bigger. So guest edition, by the steps that we followed, is already done. So we have a working Linux environment where we will configure WebLogic and do our hands-on on this lab environment. There are two more softwares that you need to download. One is Putty and one is WinSCP. Both these softwares are available from Google. If you say download Putty, you will get the link, or download WinSCP, you will get the link. And the installation is pretty simple. Just follow the on-screen instructions and you will be done with the installation. So with these softwares, we will be doing our hands-on on the production WebLogic installation and configuration. So that's pretty much about it. So thank you very much for watching and bye for now. Hi friends. So today we are going to cover installation of WebLogic. We already installed Oracle Linux 6.7 in Oracle VirtualBox. So we will be using that environment to install WebLogic. So let's first bring up the environment. Okay, so let's log in as root. Okay, so virtual guest edition is completed, so we can eject this CD. So we'll open a terminal. So before we start with the WebLogic installation, we have to download some software. The first software we need to download is uh, Java. So JDK 8 download. So we click on this. 8 download. Download Java for Linux. Click on this. So we'll have this environment. But this is not Java 8. Just click here. So you can see this is Java 8. So for Windows we have this. For Linux we are going to download for Linux x64. So this file we need to download. I have already downloaded this file. So you see I already have this file. So you can download this file and that will give you the JDK software. The next is to download WebLogic 12. So download WebLogic 12C for Linux. Download WebLogic 12C. So if we click here, we will get all the 12C version. The version that we are going to use is WebLogic 12.1, I think. Just 1 second. WebLogic 12C download. So if we click on this link, I have already downloaded the software. It's 12.1.3. So basically we'll have to 12.1.3 this generic installer. If you click here, it will download the generic installer. I have already downloaded that. So this is the file. So I have already downloaded it. So you will have to download this software. These two softwares are required. Then in the virtual box, I will make a directory /Udemy. So I will make a directory /Udemy. Then you will have to change the ownership. Change minus R Oracle /U01. Okay, ownership is changed. Oracle is owner. Now so the first thing that they are telling about installing WebLogic, that there are some directory reference lab. For this lab there are some directory references. So we will have to make these directory references. So what I have done is I have in the bash profile I have included all these directories, and I have exported all these Oracle home, Java home, domain root, lab home. I have exported all this in the bash profile. So let's log into Oracle. home directory. So what I would do is I will move the bash profile to a backup. Then I will do PI. Then I will copy this bash profile. Okay. So I have copied the bash profile. Now I can source the prod bash file applications and .p. So there are some errors. Okay, root application root, there is a space and .p home is equal to, is equal to. So we have to make these changes in dot bash profile. Bash profile. .p home, this should be an application root. This space should be removed. Okay, so let me save this file. Now if I do source dot bash profile, yeah, I'm good now. So I have made all the environment variables in the bash profile so that it will be active when I log in as Oracle the next time onwards. Okay, that's the first thing. Then let's install Java. So let's go to cd/u01/udemy. But before I can install, I'll have to copy those files to the Udemy directory. So let me open it. It should be 192.168.0.102. Login as Oracle. Password is Oracle. Okay, I'm logged in. So I will go to root u01 Udemy directory, and here we will go to and copy this file and this file, these two files I'll copy it here. Okay, the files are copied. Now here I will install Java. To install Java, I will have to run this command. I will Udemy directory. Okay, I have those two files. So let's paste this file. Okay, so Java is installed. Next, I will have to install the WebLogic server. So this is the command to install the WebLogic server. So this should be the command. So we have to run this. Okay. So let's do $java home/bin/java. Then this argument should be minus jar. Then this one. Some check failed, so no need to continue. I know why it failed because I didn't do a SSH exit, and we will have to do it this way so that the X Windows system becomes active. Yes, password Oracle. Okay. So let's run this. This time the check, all the checks are passed and it has come here. So next is the inventory location. Inventory location table 3 according to table 3. So what is the table 3? Inventory location lab home inventory. So we'll copy this Mora inventory lab home Mora inventory. This one actually lab home Mora inventory. Lab home Mora inventory. Operating system group is Oracle. So click OK. This is the welcome screen. Click next. Oracle home. Oracle home should be Oracle home should be this one. Okay, next. Here we'll have to select complete with examples. Complete with examples. So complete with examples and click the next button. Click the next button. So it's doing some checks. So all the checks are successful. Then click next. No need to receive security updates. Click on yes. Now here we have to save the response file. We save the response file in U01 Udemy, and the name of the response file would be WebLogic install.rs. WL underscore install underscore response or RSP. Save this file. Then we click on install. So the installation process has started. It's 50% completed. So it has completed 100%. So click next button. Here we have to check this automatically launch quick start configuration wizard and click on finish. So the quick start configuration wizard has started. So the password is WebLogic 123 WebLogic 123. Domain parent location will be table 4. Let's look at table 4. Table 4, WebLogic 123, lab home domains. Lab home domain. So this is the domain location. And application location is lab home applications. This is the application location. The application location 7001 administration server port. Let it be 7001. SSL listen port 7022. Let it be 7002. Then we click on the create button. It will create 3 domains. So you will have to be patient for this. It will take some time. So WL underscore server domain has been created. It will create two more domain. The next one that it is creating is medrec, and then medrec spring, another domain it will create. It will take some time, so please be patient. So medrec domain is also created. Now it is doing medrec spring. This is the last domain. Successfully generated metric string. So all the three domains have been created. We click on next. So we'll copy this information and save it in our local file. Okay. Next you can start the whichever domain you want. You can start the admin server for that domain, but we are not starting it right now. We'll start it later. So let's click on finish. So through the GUI wizard we have created the three domains. So we have installed JDK and created the WebLogic, installed the WebLogic and created three domains, sample domains. Now we are going to do a performance silent installation. Silent installation. So to do a silent installation, Oracle WebLogic 12 is the first release of WebLogic to be ported over to Oracle Universal Installer or OUI. OUI for WebLogic can be installed silently, which eliminates the need to monitor the installation and no input from the user is required. Silent installs are the requirement when the installation of a product is to be scripted or managed by a third-party product such as Puppet or Chef, and user input is not possible. OUI performs installation through the use of response file. Response files define the various installation parameters for installing the product. The simplest way to create a response file, if you do not have access to one already, is to generate one by running through the regular WebLogic graphical installer as you did in the first part of this lab. During the graphical installer, you should have selected the option to save the response file to this location. So locate the response file and open it in a text editor. So ls minus lrt. So we have the response file here. So we will open it in a text editor. We will open it in VI. Okay. There are a few changes that needs to be done. First of all, Oracle Home, modify Oracle Home to point to a different location so we do not overwrite our previous one. So it should be lab home silent Oracle Home. So let's come here, Oracle Home, udemy slash should be here. So this should be our Oracle Home. We have to delete this. Okay. So that is one change. The next change is the installation type. The installation type will be changed to WebLogic Server. WebLogic Server. We don't want with examples, so we will make it WebLogic Server. So these two changes we have to make in the response file. Then we will try to install with this file. But if you run this command after you have executed the silent, we will exit with a message stating that you are starting your first installation on this host, or that you do not have sufficient privilege to access the current inventory. For this purpose of this lab, we'll create a private inventory location. Oracle inventory directory on a host is used to store installation files for various Oracle products. Usually in production system, the orins.log file is owned by root and located under /var/opt. However, you can also create a private local inventory, typically used only in development and QA environment. For the purpose of this lab, we'll create a private inventory location. Create a subdirectory under lab home known as silent. So we'll make a directory silent, and then using a text editor, we will create a file, create private inventory.txt. So with the text editor, we will create this file cd silent ls, nothing is there, so we will create a file and we will put this command, this inventory location and install group. So let's save this. Okay. Save the text file and exit the editor. Now we will run the silent OUI again, this time specifying the private inventory flag. So now we will run the silent installer. So this is the command to run the silent installer. So it started with silent installation. %, completed. 40% completed. %, 80% completed, 100% completed. So successfully it has installed WebLogic. So you can go to the WebLogic home and verify. So this is how we have silently installed WebLogic. Now we can deinstall WebLogic. So if we go to the WebLogic home, our WebLogic home is silent Oracle home. So as you can see, this is the silent Oracle home. So here we have OUI directory. Bin directory. We have deinstall.sh. So if we run deinstall.sh, it will launch the deinstaller. So we will deinstall the new WebLogic home that we have created. So as you can see, the deinstaller is launching. So welcome to Oracle Fusion Middleware 12c. You are about to deinstall application content in the Oracle home. So in this Oracle home, whatever we have, we are going to deinstall. So this is the deinstall WebLogic. So this is the Oracle home. So let's click on deinstall. So deinstall has been successful. So click on finish. Our WebLogic server deinstallation completed successfully. Let's click on finish. Now if we do // see, it says no such file or directory. So the directory is gone. So we under silent, all the directories are gone. We have only this text file and the .loc file which we used to do the silent installation. So that's pretty much about this tutorial. So we have installed JDK in the Unix server, and then we have use the Java to install WebLogic through the graphical user interface, and then we have created 3 sample domains, and then we have also on a separate form we have installed WebLogic silently through the installer only, but in a silent mode using the response file that we generated in the GUI from the GUI. And then finally we reinstall the silent Oracle home. So that's pretty much about it. Thank you guys for watching. Bye. Hi friends, today we are going to talk about creating a domain. So uh, at the end of this exercise, you will be able to create a WebLogic domain using configuration wizard, create a template using template builder, create a WebLogic domain using WLST. In this lab, you will learn how to create a simple domain using the configuration wizard, a UI wizard driven tool that allows you to specify a limited number of configuration items. You will then use the template builder to create a template for your domain. A template is an image of your configuration domain that allows you to recreate a domain with pre-configured settings. Lastly, you will be introduced to WebLogic scripting tool where you will create a domain from the domain template using a series of WLST commands. So these are the configuration parameters. So we'll create a lab domain, lab underscore domain, and then this is the username, password, domain mode, production, JDK Java home. Then template, we have to follow these parameters, and while create domain to WLST will follow these parameters. So start the WebLogic configuration wizard by running the following script. So we are here, where are we? We are in silent, so we will change it to UW location. Next we will start the configuration wizard. So let's start the configuration wizard. So we'll select create a new domain, and domain location we will give this domain location, domain root, domain root, then lab domain. Lab domain, then we'll click on next. Create a domain using production template. This is fine. We'll accept the default that is coming in this page. We'll click on next. Then we will give our password WebLogic123. WebLogic123. Then again WebLogic123. Then click next. So we will make it production, and then we will give our JDK location. Our JDK location is, this one is our JDK location. So we'll copy this, paste it here. This is our JDK location. So we'll click next. We won't be selecting anything. So disable all checkboxes and click next. So disable all checkboxes in the advanced configuration and click next. Then we will click on create button. So it's creating the domain. So 55% completed. It is now saving the domain information, storing the domain information. Finally, we get domain created successfully. So our domain is created. Next, so these are the configuration, the location of the domain and the admin URL. Click on finish. We'll save this in our information. Okay. So our domain is created. So let's log in to our PuTTY now. Okay, so here if we go to domain root, we'll do ls. So you can see we have lab domain, metric domain, matrix ping and WL server. The last three domains were created as part of sample domains when we installed WebLogic, and now we have created lab domain. So let's go to lab domain. If you see, we have the bin directory, we have the config directory, we have the security directory. So these are all the directories that we have. So if we go to the bin directory, you will see all the scripts are there. Start WebLogic, stop WebLogic, start manage WebLogic, stop manage WebLogic. Then set domain env.sh is also there. So all these scripts are there. Security and node manager and config, these are also important directories. So we find all the directories in the domain now. So that's about domain creation. Now we'll create a template. config builder.sh. We'll run the config builder.sh and create a template. So let's run this. Here we have config builder, so the path will be this path. Let me copy this, paste it here. This should be the path. So here if I run the config builder.sh, so the template builder is launching. Create a domain template. We'll have to select this. Use a domain as a template. Use the domain as a template, and source location will give the lab domain. We'll give the lab domain as our source location. So this is the domain location. So we'll give this domain location. Template location. Template location will give demo template.jar. Template location. This is the template location. We'll create the next. Click the next button. That's fine. We'll click the next button. We'll click the next button. We'll click the next button. If you want to include any scripts, you can do so here. Which script you want to include, and then we click on create. So the template creation successful. /udemy demo template.jar. So /udemy demo template.jar. So template creation has been successful. Then we will launch the WLST. So we will launch the WLST. WLST is Oracle Home. Should be $Oracle Home. So we'll launch the WLST. So we are in WLST prompt. Now we will run the create domain command. So we are using the demo template.jar, and we are creating the domain as template domain, WebLogic and WebLogic 123 username and password. So we will run this command. So we will run this command. So the create domain command is still running. So in the putty, if we go to domain root, so this is domain root. And if we do a ls, you see the template domain is already created. So if we go to template domain, it's already created, but the command hasn't returned yet. So we will have to wait for the command to return. Okay, the command has returned, so our domain has been created successfully. So we can exit the WLSC command by exit. So we exited, and now if we go to the template domain, we can see all the directories. So our template domain has been successfully created. So in this lab, we first created a domain, lab domain, using the configuration wizard or GUI wizard. Then from that lab domain, we created a template, and then using that template, we created a template domain using WLST, WebLogic scripting tool, and we created a template domain based on the template that we created in the template builder. So that's it about creating a domain. Thanks for watching, and bye for now. Hi friends, we have created the domain and we have installed WebLogic and created domain. Now we will start the admin server of lab domain. So we'll go to the domain root cd dollar domain root, and in this domain root we have lab domain cd lab domain. Go to the main directory, and we will do start weblogic.sh. This will bring up the WebLogic server, admin server. So we'll start. It's asking for WebLogic username. So WebLogic, password is WebLogic123. So server state changed to starting, state changed to running. This means that the WebLogic server is up and running now. So WebLogic admin server is up and running. So we will try to log in to the WebLogic server, to the admin console. So we'll open a browser. This should be the console URL. So let's copy this. So we'll paste it. So there you go. So we will give our username WebLogic and password WebLogic123 and log in. So there you go. So here you have the change center where you can lock and edit items. You have the domain structure. This is the lab domain, and under that you have environments. Under that you have servers. You click on servers. We only have the admin server which is running. Health is okay, and license port is 7001. So you have servers, you have clusters, you have deployments, services, security elements. So this is the most important structure in the console. Then there is a how do I do this help, and this gives the system status. So what I will do now, I will try to launch this URL. So I will try to launch it from the host machine. Till now we have been opening it on the WebLogic on the uh, VirtualBox console. So I will try to open it on the host machine. So for that I need to change this local host to the IP address of the Unix box, which is nothing but 192.168.0.102. Let's see whether it opens in the host machine. So if I click on here, yeah, it's open. So I can log in. WebLogic, WebLogic 123, login. Yeah, so it has opened and you can see the console in the host machine also, as well as in the virtual box. So that's pretty much about admin server, starting the admin server and logging into the admin console, and we navigated through some of the important part of the admin console. That's it about admin console, about admin servers start and logging into admin console. Thanks for watching and bye for now. Hi friends, so we have covered till admin server. So these four topics have been covered: installation of Linux on Oracle VirtualBox, installation of WebLogic, creating a domain, and admin server. So today we are going to cover managed server. So for the managed server, managed servers, at the end of this exercise you will be able to create and start a managed server, create a boot.properties file. In this lab we will create a managed server using admin console. You will then start the managed server and monitor it via admin console. Configuration parameters: server name ms1, server listen port 8001. Should this server belong to a cluster? No, this is a standalone server. So first start the admin server if it is not running. So let's bring up the environment. So our environment is up. Let's log in as root. So we'll go to PuTTY and bring up the managed server, admin server. So we'll log into PuTTY. So we will go to domain group, domain ls. So we'll go to the lab domain. So we'll start up the admin server of the lab domain. So we'll start WebLogic message. We'll start it. This is asking for username. So server state changed to running, so it has started. So now in our console, we'll log into the console. This is the console URL. I'll copy this. So log into the console. WebLogic 1, 2, 3. So we'll go to servers, environment servers. So we have an admin server. We will click on lock and edit, and then we will click on new. We'll name it MS1 and server listen port is 8001. No, this is a standalone server. Next, we'll click on finish. So MS1 is created, but it is not in running state. So we will from the WebLogic the command prompt, from the command prompt we'll start the managed server. This is how we can start the managed server. So let's log into PuTTY again. Then we will start the managed server. This is the command to start the managed server. Copy this, paste it here. Asking for username. It's not starting. So let's see what is the problem. Server team MS1. MS1. Why it is telling MS1, right? Oh, I did not activate the changes, so I have to activate the changes. Yeah, now it's fine. Now we should start the managed server. We should start the managed server. WebLogic, WebLogic 1, 2, 3. We can check the log file. The log file is this one. So we can check the log file. This is the log file. Let's do a tail minus f on this log file. Server state changed to running. So it has started. Yeah, server state changed to running. So it has started. So fine. So if we now go to the WebLogic console and do a refresh, so you can see the status is changed to running and health is okay, port is 8001. So we have successfully started the admin server, managed server MS1. Now to prevent having to enter a username and password when starting a managed server, we must create a property file with the username and password on it. Each WebLogic server has its own property file which defines the username and password for booting that server. The username and password are entered in plain text. However, WebLogic will encrypt the values once the server has started. So once the server has started, it will encrypt the values. Create a directory if it does not exist. So let's see. cd $domain home domain root. I made a typing error. Domain root. Yeah. So now if we go to lab domain, yes, we have these folders under lab domains. So we have to go to servers, MS1 security. Why the server directory is not there, I don't know. compatibility slash p dot slash servers ms1 security. Now go to ls, we have servers, servers, ls, ms1 plus we don't have any file, so we will create a file boot.properties boot.properties, and there we will enter this information. This will be username is WebLogic, password is WebLogic 123. Okay, we have now Google. Okay. So we have saved the file. So in the securities folder we have boot.properties file. Then we need to stop the MS server from the MS1 server from the admin console. So we will go to here and go to control MS1 and we'll shut down, force shutdown now. Yes, force shutdown, task completed, it's force shutting down. So we click on refresh, it should be shut down. It's shut down now, task completed. So now we can go to the, so was shut down. This is our MS1 console. So if we now start the manage server, it should not ask for username password, because in the boot.properties file we have already input the username and password. So it should start up without asking for username and password. That is the use of boot.properties file. So as you can see, it has not asked for the username password. It's mentioned storing boot identity in file boot.properties. So it will encrypt the boot.properties. So server state changed to running. So it has started. So now let's configure. So you can see it has changed to running. So now if we see the boot.properties, see the username password has been encrypted. WebLogic automatically does that. So that's pretty much about managed server, how we create a managed server and how we start the managed server, and then we talked about boot the properties file to automatically have the username password supplied when starting the managed server. So that's all. Thanks guys. Bye. Hi friends, good morning. So today we are going to cover data sources. So if we go to data sources, so at the end of this exercise, we will be able to start the Derby DB, configure generic data source for Derby, test and monitor a data source. So we will be creating a data source connecting to the Derby DB, but you can similar way you can connect the data source to any database like Oracle database or SQL Server, any database you can connect. In this lab, we will use Apache's open source Derby database to create a database instance. We will use the admin console to create a generic data source for Derby. So these are some of the parameters. So start the Derby database. Open a new terminal window. So let's bring up our instance. Okay, the instance is up. So let's log in and root. So we will open a terminal window, we'll log into Qt. So it's talking about setting Java home. Our Java home is already set in the Oracle dash profile. So we will start the Derby home. We'll start the Derby instance. Derby will start and listen on port 1527. So it has started and it's listening on port 1527. Okay. Next we will open another window. Okay. The next is open a terminal window, start the Derby interactive interface. Derby interactive interface. So this is the Derby interactive interface. Okay, the interactive interface. Then we'll have to connect to the Derby database. Create a new Derby instance DemoDB used by issuing the following command. So we will be issuing the following command. Okay, it's connected. Then exit the interactive Derby shell by typing exit. So we can exit. Okay. Then most database vendors include JDBC drivers in jar file. In order to configure a Derby data source in WebLogic, we need to tell WebLogic where to find these JDBC drivers. We do this by placing the jar file containing the JDBC drivers on WebLogic class path. There are several ways to do this. The simplest and most practical way is to place the JDBC jar file in domain's lib directory. Jar file placed under domain home lib automatically gets loaded into server's class path. So basically we'll have to copy the jar file. Okay, we copy it. Now we must restart the admin server in order for the class path to be updated with the new Derby database. So our admin server has not been started, so we will start the admin server. Start the admin server. So it's asking for username. Give WebLogic, WebLogic 123. So server state changed to running. So the server has been started. Next we will restart the admin server. Next, log into the admin console. So we'll have to log into the admin console. We go in here. Okay, so we will go to service, then go to data sources. We don't have any data source, so we'll click on lock and edit. Then we'll click new generic data source. Okay, now table 9. Based on table 9, so RBDS is the data source name. RBDS demo RBDS JNDI name demo RBDS. Database type Darby. Database type is Darby. Then click next. Okay, then click next. Next. So database type Darby. Database name is DemoDB. DemoDB and local host is the host name, localhost is the host name, port is 1527, port is 1527, username password, these are blank, username password blank. So we'll click next. Okay, then we can run the test configuration. Let's run the test for connection test successful. Then we click the finish button. So our Darby DS data source has been created. So target, we haven't given the target. So let's go back to Darby DS and let's select the target. So we have to select the admin server as the target and save the record. Okay, so that's what we need to do. And now, so we have tested the Derby DS and configured it. So now it's monitoring. We'll have to activate the changes. Okay. So now on the monitoring, you can see admin server state is running. Testing. If we click on admin server and test data source, test of Derby DS on server admin server was successful. So this is how we create a data source in the WebLogic console. We can create data source connecting to multiple DBs. In this course, we have connected to Derby DB. Thanks for watching and bye for now. Hi friends, our next topic will be JMS resources. So at the end of this exercise, we will be able to create JMS server, connection factory and queue, create a file-based persistent storage, publish a JMS message, monitor JMS statistics. In this lab, we will create resources necessary to support JMS producer and consume. You will create JMS server, connection factory, queue. You will learn about JMS resourcing targeting through sub-deployment. We will also use admin console to send a JMS message. So JMS stands for Java Messaging Services. So in WebLogic we have queues where we can push message and other system can consume that message in the WebLogic queue. So these are the configuration parameters. So persistent storage is used to create a file store. Persistent storage is used to store JMS messages until they can be consumed. WebLogic support both file-based and DB-based storage option. In this lab, we will create a file-based persistent storage. First, create a directory in the file system, lab home file store. So okay, so we will create a directory. We will create a directory in lab home cd dollar lab home file store. Okay, so we have created the directory in lab home file store. Make sure the admin server is running. Log into the admin console. Under The domain structure, services, then persistent store. So domain structure, services, persistent stores. Lock and edit, new, create a file store. And depending upon the parameters, file store's name, file store parameter, demo.fs. Demo.fs is the file store name, demo.fs. Target is admin server, lab home, file store, admin server. Lab home, file store, admin server. This is the directory. Directory is this one. And target is admin server. Create or click OK. So file store has been created successfully. So that is our file store. Then we will create a JMS server. Navigate to messaging JMS server, services messaging JMS server, services messaging JMS servers. Here messaging JMS server, click on new according to table 11. Table 11. Okay. So we'll click on new. So JMS server name is demo JMS server. Demo JMS server. File store persistent storage demo.fs. Demo.fs. Click next. Target is admin server. Click finish. So JMS server created successfully. Next is JMS module. So on services messaging JMS module, so we have JMS module. JMS module. We'll click on new. Name of the JMS module is demo JMS module. Demo JMS module. Next, we have to target it to admin server next. Click finish. So JMS module is created. Now navigate to messaging JMS. Now we'll create JMS connection factory. So we'll click on this demo JMS module, we'll click new, and then we'll click connection factory. Click next. So name of the factory, table 14. So this is demo connection factory. Demo connection factory. JNDI name is test demo CF. Subscription sharing policy exclusive, client ID policy restricted, maximum messages per session 10, extra connection factory enable. So restricted 10, extra connection factory enable. All these are okay. So click next. Admin server is the target and finish. So connection factory has been created successfully. Then we'll create a queue, JMS queue. Messaging JMS module. We'll go to messaging JMS module. JMS module, we'll go to JMS module, new, then we'll select queue. Next, configure the queue according to table 12. So it's demo queue. JNDI test demo queue. JNDI test demo queue. Test demo queue. Next, sub-deployments demo queue. Sub-deployments. Click on create a new sub-deployment. Click on create a new sub-deployment. Create a new sub-deployment. Let it be demo queue and click OK. So target is demo JMS server. So then click finish. Okay, we have demo queue. So we have all this features. Now let us activate all the changes. So all the changes have been activated, no restarts are necessary. So that's fine. Now push a JMS message. Now we will push a JMS message. Click on demo queue. So we will go to JMS module. Demo JMS module. Now we will click on demo queue. Demo queue, we will click on monitoring. We will select this. There are no messages right now, so we'll click on show messages. Here we'll click new, and in the message according to table 13 type is text, body. So type is text, and in the body we'll say hello from WebLogic training. Okay. Verify the message appears in JMS message table. Click on the message to view the message detail. So on the message table it has appeared. So if we click on the message, we can see the message detail. Hello from WebLogic training. Okay. Navigate to JMS messages. Summary of JMS messages. Demo queue. Click on monitoring tab. Observe the statistics of the messages. Current message is total message high. This should be 1 and will increment with each JMS message published. So let's go to demo queue, monitoring tab. So as you can see, message current is 1, message total is 1, message high is 1. So the message has been pushed. Navigate to services messaging JMS servers. Click on demo JMS servers. So messaging JMS servers, demo JMS server. In the monitoring tab, you can see destination current is 1, message count 1, message received 1. So you can see the message details. The message has been pushed. So this is how you create the JMS resources in WebLogic console, and we also showed you how to push a message manually into the JMS queue. Actually, in programmatically, you can also push messages through say some Java program. You can push messages in the JMS queue, and you can also consume the messages lying in the JMS queue. So if you have a MDB which holds on the message queue, so it will read a message as soon as it appears in the message queue and will process the message. Thank you. Bye. Hi friends, today we are going to cover application deployment. So at the end of this exercise, you will be able to deploy an application using the admin console, deploy an application using WebLogic deployer, monitor an application using the admin console. In this lab, you will deploy an application to WebLogic using two common methods, the admin console and WebLogic deployer. The admin console provides a wizard-driven interface for deploying application, or if you script operations and maintenance tasks, you can use the command line tool named WebLogic deployer. For this lab, we will deploy a sample web application that's included when you install WebLogic with example code. The sample web application, main web app, serves as a home page for all other sample web applications and code examples from Oracle. The main web app is packaged as an exploded archive directory, not as an archive file. The difference are covered in this lecture, but the deployment process for both are the same. So start the demo domain, we'll start the lab domain, admin server if it is not running. So let's bring up our environment. The environment is up. Let's log in as root. Okay, we have to start the admin server. So we'll start the admin server of the lab domain. So asking for username, password, WebLogic, WebLogic 1, 2, 3. So server state changed to running. So our admin server has started. Now let's log into the console. Okay, we click on deployment, then we lock and edit, then we click on install. Install, then we have to go to the location, current location, application home, which is Udemy, um, Udemy application slash U01. Udemy, then application, WL server, examples, build. Here we will have our main web app. So we select that and click next. Install this deployment as an application, click next. We'll target it to admin server, click next. Main web app, click next. Click finish. So our application has been deployed. Click on save. Now activate changes. So our application has been deployed. So if we go to deployment, we can see our main web app. We go to the monitoring task. This is prepared. We have to make it active. So click here and click on start servicing on request. Yes. Now it has become active. So our application is now active. Now let's try http://local host 7001/. So this is the application that we just installed. So you can see we have deployed an application and we have run the application from the browser. Now we will redeploy this application using WebLogic deployer. First delete the deployment by selecting the checkbox for main web app and then clicking delete. So first we will delete the application. We will delete this application. Lock and edit. We will delete this application. We will redeploy the application. Currently running and may not be deployed. So we have to stop it. We have to stop it. Force stop now. Yes. So it has stopped. Now we will delete the application. Now the application is deleted. Now we will redeploy the application using the WebLogic deployer. So we will go to the command prompt. Then we will source. We will have to do source this application. We'll source the WS set WLS environment.sh. So your environment has been set. Now we will deploy the application. Domain edit lock is non-exclusive mode. The deployment, okay, it says domain edit lock. Okay, maybe we have not activated the changes. That's why. So we have to activate the changes. Now, if we run this command, it should work. Deploy completed on server admin server. Now, if we go to the deployment page, so you see main web app has been redeployed. So we have deployed an application using the wizard in the admin console, and then we have deployed it through WebLogic deployer. So that's about deploying application. Application monitoring, you can go to the monitoring tab and monitor the different parameters for this application. So go to web application, you will see our application which is in active state. So this is how you deploy any web application. WebLogic primarily caters to Java-based web application. So you can deploy a WAR file, a EAR file, a MDB file. So any Java-based application you can deploy in WebLogic. Thanks guys. Bye for now. Hi friends, we are going to talk about WebLogic security in this session. So skills learned at the end of this exercise, you will be able to enabling the administration port, create users and groups, configure an authentication provider, configure an auditing provider, secure an application using roles and policies, define password complexity and user lockout. In this lab, we will learn some basic yet important tasks related to securing WebLogic resources with roles, policies, and understanding WebLogic features such as security dilemmas, security providers. You will learn how to configure domain-wide administration port for separating application traffic from administration traffic using SSL. In this lab, we will continue to work with the sample application main web app by protecting the application using a custom role and policy that you define. In addition, you will learn how to configure a SQL-based authentication provider using embedded Derby database. However, the procedure is nearly the same for any type of database. The lab will also show you how to configure password complexity and user lockout. While not typically done in development environment, there are usually requirements either from your company's security organization or a customer that require password to be complex and how long and how often to lock a user out. Configuration parameters, table 15 users and groups, then table 16 admin port number. So start the admin server for WL underscore server domain. So we have been running the application for lab domain. So we will come out of that. We will go to WLS server. Yeah, we'll go to WL underscore server. And we will start the WebLogic. So server state changed to running. So our admin server has been started. Next we will log out of this. Okay. WebLogic, WebLogic 1, 2, 3. We'll close the browser. We'll close the browser and reopen the browser. Try to log in. We logged in. Okay, so as you can see, the domain is now wl_server. So we have logged into the new domain. So now navigate to admin server configuration page. Environment servers, admin server, environment servers, admin server. This is the configuration page, and here under advanced section, local administration port override. So we'll have to go to the advanced section, local administration port override. This should be 9001. We save this. Okay. Now enable the domain-wide administration port by clicking on the name of the domain under domain structure and checking enable administration port. So if we click on the domain, we check the enable administration port. Administration port is 9001 and save it. Okay, so done. Once you click save, you will no longer to access the admin console. You will try to navigate anywhere in the frame, you will receive a warning. So if we try to navigate now, see we are getting a warning. True specified to true can only be made through an administration channel. Can only be made through an administration channel. So now we will have to log into a new URL, HTTP. We have to log in through a new URL. HTTPS:// admin//localhost 900. So let's try this URL. We have to go to advanced, accept the risk and continue. So we have been able to log into the WL server with the new URL. Okay, because we have enabled administrative code. Look at the admin server terminal. So you can see is now listening to 9001 for protocol admin. So it's now listening to 9001. Now prepare database for SQL authentication. WebLogic authentication provides for security modules that provide authentication service. WebLogic comes out of the box with several different types of authentication providers such as LDAP, SQL, SAML, X.509 and many others. Any resource, service or application that requires authentication uses a WebLogic authentication provider. The default authentication provider uses the embedded LDAP server that comes with WebLogic for storing user and group information. However, for this lab, let us assume that we have our own enterprise database and that we want this database to serve as our identity store. We will create a SQL authenticator that will point to an existing Derby database. First, you need to prepare the Derby database by creating the schema for users and group. Launch the Derby client, you need to set the Java home environment variable. So we have to launch the Derby client. First we have to, Java home is already set. So we will launch the Derby client. Log into Putty. So is permission denied. Let's see what is the problem. Doesn't have permission, so we will okay. Now we will run the command. Okay, now it's working. So that's one thing. Next we have to connect to the examples DB. Examples DB. So we'll connect over there. Just connect it. Next is It create the user, copy paste the entire SQL statement block into IG. Then we'll copy this. Okay, so we are done. Next is exit by typing exit. Okay, so we have completed the SQL maintenance. Now, admin domain, admin server domain is already logged in. Log into the admin server under domain searches security level. Click on my relay. So, domain structure, security realm. Click on my realm. Okay. My realm represents the default security realm. A WebLogic security realm is a container for defining a variety of WebLogic security services such as providers, users, groups, roles, and many other items. So click on the provider tab. Click on the provider tab. The authentication tab contains table of configured authentication providers. You should see two default providers, default authenticator which uses embedded LDAP as an identity store and default identity asserter which handles authorization checks. To create a SQL authentication provider, click new, in the name SQL Authenticator, Darby SQL Authenticator, it should be the name. SQL Authentication from type drop down links and click OK. So we will have SQL Authenticator, SQL Authenticator, SQL Authentication, and then click OK. Now we have Darby SQL Authenticator. The name has been truncated. Anyway, let's work on it. You see a message the server needs to be restarted. Before restarting, we need to complete configuring SQL Authenticator. Click on WP SQL Authenticator. Provide a specific tab, enter the name of the data source in the data source name field. SQL and pre-configured WebLogic data sources. The data source already defines how to connect to Darby in this case. The name of the example notation is examples demo. So in the provider specific subtab, data source name we have to give, and that is example demo. Examples demo. Examples demo. Let's save this. It says, however, one item must be restarted for changes to take effect. So we have to restart. Restart the admin server by admin server restarting with start WebLogic skill. So let's go to servers. server console admin server shutdown post shutdown now. Okay, now it has been shut down, so it is coming down. Then we have to restart. The server state changed to running, so it has been restarted. Log back to the admin console and security run manage. Log back to admin console, so we have to log back to the admin console. Let's close this tab, open a tab, close this tab as well. So we have this is the admin console. It's taking time to log in. Yeah, it is logged in. So let's go to security elements in the my element, users and groups tab. So we have two users, Oracle system user, WebLogic. The default user is a default administrator. So here to create a new user, new on the users table and specify the username as given in table 15. Table 15. Okay. So we'll create a new user, name is SQL user, username is SQL user, provider database SQL authenticator. Provider database SQL authenticator, password WebLogic 123, password WebLogic 123, confirm password WebLogic 123. description, group name app admins, .SQL group provider, .SQL. Okay, so click OK button. So we'll click on the OK button. Password values match. So WebLogic 1, 2, 3, WebLogic. So the user is created. So next is click on the group subtab. Group subtab. Notice the various default WebLogic groups. All these are stored in embedded LDAP. So these are all stored in embedded LDAP. Go back to the users. Click on the users you just created. Add this user to the new group. Click on the new to create a group and according to table 15. So according to table 15 we'll have to create a group. So we'll click new. Name is app admins. Name is app admins. And provider is SQL authenticator. Okay. So we have created the group. Now we go to the users tab. SQL user. The groups. To choose app admin and click save. Click save. Okay. Now you have created and assigned a user to a group that is being stored in the SQL database. This group and user now can be tied to security policy from protecting WebLogic resource and applications. This will be demonstrated later on this slide. Configure password complexity. You can define password complexity by modifying the included password validation provider. Click on security realm, my realm providers and click on password validation subtab. So security realm, my realm providers, password validation subtab. WebLogic comes with default password validator named system password validator. Click on the password validator. So click on the password validator. The provider specific tab lists the various policy and criteria that you can modify to define a complex password validator. The default configuration defines a maximum length of 8 characters at the minimum 1 non-alphabetic character. For this section, default values are sufficient, however feel free to change them if you wish. So in the provider specific tab, as you can see, maximum password length 8 character and number of non-alphabetic character 1, you can change it to 2 and save. So you can now check this, you can save it 2 and save. save it. The user logout page allows you to set various logout settings for failed login attempts. These defaults are acceptable by this lab. User logout tab. These are the default. You can, if you wish, you can change the default and save it. But for this lab, this looks sufficient. Okay. Now we will configure an auditing provider. You can configure an auditing provider to log in security events in WebLogic, such as failed application login access. Auditing tab. MyDLM providers, then auditing tab. So MyDLM providers, then auditing tab. This auditing tab. New to create, name it auditor and click OK. New, click on new, name it auditor. Auditor. Auditor and click OK. Click OK. One item must be restarted to change to take effect. So we have auditor. In the auditing providers table, click on new editor. On providers specific tab, note the various configuration settings. We are interested in failed authentication attempts, so under severity select failure. So auditor, provider specific tab, severity we should change it to failure, because we are interested in auditing failed attempt. So now restart is required. So we will restart the admin server. So server state change to running, so it has been restarted. So let's try to log in. Once the administrator open a terminal window, navigate to domain root WL underscore servers admin servers log. If you list the content of the directory, you should see default audit recorder log. To test the audit provider, admin console using an invalid username password such as test user. Okay. So what it is telling is, let's go back to So we see we have a default audit recorder log. We'll watch this. Currently it is empty. So once we do a failed login attempt, we will look at it. So we will try with test user login. So authentication has failed. So now if we look at this file, so we can see and record has been inserted into this file with the failed login attempt because we have changed the severity to failure. So whenever there is a failure, it will log in to the audit log. That's pretty much about WebLogic security. Thanks for watching. Hi friends, today we are going to cover clusters. Clusters is high availability solution for WebLogic. So basically in clustering we cluster the managed servers. We create the managed servers on different servers, physical servers, and then we cluster them in the admin console so that if one managed server fails, it will fail over to the other managed server through the failover mechanism that we configure. So at the end of this exercise, we will be able to configure clusters, deploy servers and resources to a cluster, configure WebLogic's HTTP cluster subnet. In this lab, we will learn how to configure WebLogic for high availability by creating WebLogic clusters and configuring server and service level migration. Within this cluster, we will deploy servers, resources, applications. The process is not much different from deploying to a single server as you have already done in previous labs. However, by targeting resources to clusters, WebLogic automatically provides high availability and load balancing of resources across multiple WebLogic managed servers. Once the cluster is configured, you will configure simple web proxy for load balancing web browser requests across the cluster. The proxy will also support failover by redirecting any request away from the failed server or service to a healthy server or service. You will learn how to set up simple web proxy for load balancing web browser requests across a WebLogic cluster. In production environment, you will typically using Oracle HTTP server or Apache with mod PL/SQL, mod WS plugin, or a hardware load balancer such as Big IP's F5. However, in this lab, you will utilize WebLogic HTTP cluster subnet to perform load balancing and failover of HTTP requests. The process of cluster starting with first configuring a cluster, then manage server, then create it and assign to a cluster. For the purpose of lab, we'll continue to use WL_server example domain from Oracle. We will modify the domain to include a cluster and then deploy and access resources in the cluster. So these are some of the configuration parameters. So you can see listen port 8002, 8003, 8004 and admin port 9002, 9003, 9004. Name of the cluster is demo cluster. Messaging mode is unicast, and so we will be following this section. So in this section you will create two managed servers that will be part of your WebLogic cluster. Recall that admin server cannot be part of a WebLogic cluster. First, shut down all instances of WebLogic. So we have already shut down. We have just started the server. Start the WL servers admin server. So let's log in. Okay, we are logged in. Now let's log into Qt. First, we have to start the admin server of WL underscore server. Domain root WL server, WL underscore server. Go to the bin directory and start WebLogic. We'll start the admin server. So he is listening to 9001 port. So server state changed to running. So admin server started. So now we will go to the admin console. Our admin console is this one. We'll log in. Okay, now in environments, if we go to servers, we have only admin server. Here we'll have to create the managed servers. First we have to change the admin server IP address, listen address. So we go to admin server, listen address, this should be 192.168.0.102 and we save this. one item must be restarted for the change to take effect. So we have to restart the managed server, admin server. We have to restart. So as you can see, instead of localhost, now it is using the IP address. So server state changed to running. So it has been restarted. Now if we have to log in, so we now localhost won't work. So our this this address could be, so we have to change localhost to IP address 192.168.0.102. So with this we will have to log into the admin console. Advanced, accept the risk and continue. So we have to log in. Okay, then we'll go to servers again. We have only the admin server. We'll click new and create a server by the name of ms1. Server listen address is 192.168.0.102 and server listen port is 8002. 8002. Yes, this create a new cluster. Okay, we will, as of now, we'll say no, this is a standalone server and click next, click finish. Then we'll create another two servers, ms2, listen address 192.168.0.102 and listen port is 8003. Listen port is 8003. Click next, click finish. Then we will create another managed server, ms3. Listen address again 192.168.0.102 and listen port will be 8004. 804. Ignite it finish. Okay, so we have created 3 managed servers. So our page should look like this. So as you can see, this same was what is shown in the document. Environment clusters. Environment clusters. We'll have to create a new cluster, and demo cluster is the name. Demo cluster unicast. Demo cluster unicast broadcast channel blank. So we'll create a cluster, we'll create OK. So our demo cluster is created. Now take a look at the various configuration. Click on the new cluster in the cluster table. So we click on the new cluster in the clusters table. So default load algorithm is round robin. There are other options, but we'll go with round robin. Number of servers in the cluster address stream. Then if we go to servers, okay, let's go back to configuration, general. On the server subtab, view at the bottom of the page. On the server subtab, we are at the bottom of the page. There are no servers, so we will add our managed server. First, we will select an existing server, add it to a member MS1. Okay, MS1 is added. Then we will add MS2. MS2 is added. So we have added two managed server to cluster. To start the cluster means to start all the members within the cluster. To do this, we'll execute the start manage WebLogic script for each managed server. So the script is this one. So we'll start the managed server. We'll open up Ruby session. So we will start manage server. Asking for username, we'll have to supply the username WebLogic 123. So our managed server has started. Server started manage in running change to running mode. This is MS1. So we have to do this for the other two servers. So we'll log in to PuTTY. So we'll now do this for MS2. We'll ask for WebLogic username. Let's do it for MS3 as well. Before starting the managed server, what I did is actually I disabled the administration port. So enable administration port was enabled when we were doing WebLogic security. So I have disabled it. So our IP address is now 7001 console. So if you see, I am giving the IP address at 7001 for the admin server. So that's the change I did. So this one started in change to running state, server state change to running. So let's wait for the other server. This is also server state change to running. Okay. So we are good. All three managed servers have been started. You can use the admin console to monitor the state of a cluster. Navigate to environment. So navigate to environment and then clusters, demo cluster, round robin, servers MS1, MS2, MS3. Actually, we will remove the MS3 from the cluster. We don't want this. We'll remove this. Okay, we have to stop the MS3. We have to stop it first. So stop. Now we will try to remove it. Save. Yeah, now is removed. So MS1 and MS2 are in cluster. MS3 is non-cluster managed server. So now let's proceed with our deployment. So here we have the summary tab. We have the summary tab. General cluster, demo cluster, registering to the cluster, summary health, monitoring. We have to go to monitoring, monitoring. So if you go to health, you see MS1 and MS2 in the summary tab are in running state. So that's fine. We can start up the MS3 server as well. Let's start up the MS3 server as well. Okay, we'll start. So let's proceed. Now that you have a cluster configured with managed servers, you can now deploy resources to this cluster that can be used by cluster applications. In this lab, we will retarget one of the example data source to the cluster. We also make the data source highly available. If the data source on one cluster member would fail, such as MS1, the same data source would be available on another cluster member MS2. Navigate to services data source, services data sources, demo data sources, demo data source, examples demo. So we will have to go to example demo, and in targets we have admin server. Then we will assign it to demo cluster. So now save. Okay, now let's configuration, monitoring, testing. So we have MS1, MS2, MS and admin server. So let's test it for MS1. Successful. Let's test it for MS2. Successful. Let's test it for admin server. Successful. So all the tests were successful. So we have been able to target our data source to the cluster, which consists of two managed servers. Deploy an application. Then we will go to navigate to deployments. We will go to the next page. So in the main web app, we will click here. In the targets, so we will target it to demo cluster and save. So we have targeted our application main web app to demo cluster and save. Now let's try to open the applications. So listen address is Let's try to open the application. So you can see our application is opening as it is deployed in 8002 manage server 2. Let's test manage server 1. Let's say manage server 2 we can also try to test. So in both manage server 1 and 2 the application is available. So now let's configure the failover load balancer. We have the proxy var. So let's copy the proxy var to domain home proxy. Domain home proxy. So we'll have to make a directory. So we'll open another Qt session. This is our domain home. And here we will make a directory proxy. We will make a directory proxy. And then we will open WinSCP. Log in as Oracle. Okay. Now here we will go to U01, Udemy, then domains, WS server domain proxy, and here we are map files. This proxy.var will copy here. So it's copied. Proxy var contains two deployment descriptors. Define the attribute. Proxy downloaded we will explore the archive. So let's try this command. So it has extracted. Now let's go to WebINF, WebXML. CD WebINF. Yeah, WebXML, VI, WebXML. Init param, WebLogic cluster init example. Init param, WebLogic cluster 168.0. You like to check 0 and then 102. Similarly, 8003. This should be 0. And this should be 102. Okay, so we change it. Save and exit editor. Deploy the exploded directory. So we have to deploy the exploded directory. So go to deployments, install proxy, next, deploy as an application, next. We'll have to deploy it in MS3 server, MS3 or admin server. Proxy to MS3, okay, we'll deploy to MS3, finish. Okay, the deployment is completed. So now we should be able to open the application through MS3. So MS3 listen address is 192.168, 192.168.0.102. So listen port should be 804. So now we will try to access the application through the MS3 port. So the application is running now on MS3 port, and it is also deployed on two cluster, MS1 and MS2. So it will do a round robin load balancing between MS1 and MS2 because of the proxy that we have created. That's it about clustering, friends. We covered creating a managed servers, then deploying those two managed servers in the cluster. Then we deployed a load balancer proxy to the managed server 3 and access the URL from that proxy server. Internally, it will do a load balancing between MS1 and MS2 in round robin fashion, and in case MS1 goes down, it will move the traffic to MS2. In case MS2 goes down, it will move the traffic to MS1. So that's how the high availability in WebLogic Server works. Thank you guys. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Hi friends. In this session, we are going to discuss about Load Manager. In the earlier session, you have seen that we have started the managed server through start manage weblogic.sh, but there is another way to start manage server from the admin console. For that you have to configure node manager. So at the end of this exercise, you will be able to control servers using admin console and node manager, control server using WLST and node manager, restart failed servers. In this lab, we will configure node manager to control startup and shutdown of WebLogic managed server rather than executing shell scripts from the command line. The lab will show you how to use both admin console for starting server and using WLST for starting server. WLST is, I'm not going to cover WLST in this session. So we are going to basically cover node manager. So these are the properties. So node manager properties and machine parameters. So first of all, open a terminal window and node manager properties file. So we'll have to go to domain home. So this is the domain home. Then we have to go to node manager and node manager properties. Node manager. Here we have node manager properties. We have to open this file and make some changes. The first change that we'll have to do is the listen address, which is now localhost. We have to change it. 192.168.0.102. And the other is native version enable. This will have to make. So these are the two changes. Table 19. Table 19, it says native version enable false and listen address IP address. These are the two changes that we will have to make. So we make the changes. Next is start the admin server for WLS server, WL_server domain. If not already running, it is already running. So we will go to the console. We'll go to the console. Then under maybe to environment machines. Environment machines. We don't have a machine, we'll have to create a machine. We create a machine as per this template. Machine name is machine. Machine name is machine. Machine. Machine OS other. Machine OS other. Machine type SSL. Machine type. Where is the machine type? Machine type is not shown here. Machine type SSL. Then listen address specify the IP address from node manager.properties listen port 5556. So 5556, this one we'll have to change to 192.168.0.102. So next click finish. Now we have to assign manage server to the machine by clicking on the machine in the machines table. So click on the machines, servers, there are no servers, we will have to add from MS1 we will add next. Server is running, so MS1 is running, so we cannot we'll have to stop the MS1 server. Which one is the MS1 server? Check. This is the MS1 server, so we have to stop it. So we stopped it. Then we have to go to the MS2 server. So now let's try to save this. Well, let's try to activate changes. Server is running. This is MS3. So let's stop this server. Let's stop this. Okay, now we have stopped the server. Now let's activate the changes. So MS1 is added. Let's add MS2. MS2 next. So MS1 and MS2 are added now. Now we can go to servers. We can start the MS1 server. Go to control MS1. But before that, we have to create a boot.properties file. So what we will do is we will go to WLS servers, cd servers, yes. So we will go to cdms1, yes. So we will create a boot.properties, and we'll WebLogic username and password. Okay, and save this file. Okay. Now let's go to control and we can click on start. Oh, node manager is not started, so we'll have to start the node manager. So open a terminal window. So we'll open a putty session and start the node manager. This is the command to start the node manager. So domain home, $domain home. We don't have domain home, we have domain root / wl_server bin node manager, start node manager.sh. So we will try to start the node manager. Okay, so node manager has started. So now we can try to start the MS1 server. Servers, MS1, control, MS1, start. MS1, the node manager associated to this machine is not reachable. We'll go to machines, node manager, monitoring, status is inactive. Hi friends, so we will going to start the managed server MS1. Start, so has been selected. So now if we refresh, this is starting. It should change to running. Task in progress. So it has changed to running. You can stop the server as well. You can stop the server as well from the console. So it's shut down. So friends, we have talked about node manager and use node manager to start and stop the managed server from the admin console instead of running the WebLogic start manage script. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Hi friends, we are in the last chapter of this course, WLST. We'll talk about WLST, WebLogic scripting tool. So, at the end of this exercise, you will be able to understand offline versus online modes, create and configure a domain, navigate and manipulate endpoints, generate and execute WLST scripts. WebLogic includes a very powerful scripting language called WebLogic Scripting Tool or WLST. WLST is built on top of Python. Syntax is similar to Python. WLST is essentially a collection of Python modules for performing various administrative tasks against a WebLogic domain. WLST is primarily used to manipulate endings. The entire configuration of domain is represented as a hierarchy of endings. There are several hundreds types of endings, including server application endings that represent WebLogic servers and deployed applications. Each type of ending defines a set of operations and attributes that can be invoked and introspected using WLST. In this lab, we will use WLST to create a simple WebLogic domain. This will expose you to using WLST in both offline and online mode. You will configure this domain by manipulating domain template or jar and creating resources by instantiating mbin instances. This lab will expose you to mbin hierarchies and various mbin types. So these are the configuration parameters, domain creation parameters, and this is the JMS server parameter. So launch WLST, stop all WebLogic process including node manager. So we have just started the server. Let's log in. So all our WebLogic domains are shut down and node manager is also shut down. So we will connect to WLST. So let's open a PuTTY session. Okay, I think the IP address got changed. It's 103 now. So I have to modify. chain. So let's log in with root. Okay. Okay. So first, let's open an interactive WLS session by launching the WLS script. So this is how we launch the WLS script. This is the command. Only use this command. Okay, we got recording to WLST. As mentioned earlier, WLST operates in two modes, offline and online. In online mode, in offline mode, WLST is disconnected from a running WebLogic server. In offline mode, you can perform some administrative tasks such as creating a resource or manage server. However, certain administrative tasks requires to be online, to be done online. In online mode, you use WLST to connect to a running admin server. Launch WLST using WLST.sh script. Create a domain. In this section, we will create a domain using WLST template. Create a domain using WLS template. The copy is this one. So first we will create domain. Okay. So we'll run this command. So we are creating a domain WLST underscore domain. So this is the domain name WLST underscore domain. WebLogic is the username and maybe 123 is the password. So we are creating this domain. It will take some time. So be patient. Let's log in to another Qt session. So As you can see, WLSC domain directory is already created. Now we have to wait for this command to return, because if you see in this directory, I believe the folders are also created. So let's see. Yeah, the folders are also created. So the domain has been created successfully. The command prompt has come back. Next we will do is we'll do a read domain. We'll do a read domain. Read domain. Read domain. WLS domain. Domain directory name. So we have to give the domain directory name. Read domain, and domain directory name is this one. We'll have to give this. Okay, now it has come back. Okay, next we'll do cd admin server. cd admin server. We have to go to CD servers first. We have to go to CD servers. CD server. CD server. We go to CD server first. Then we have to do CD admin server. ls. So these are all the mbins that you can see here. So now we will change the listen port to 7011. cmo.get listen port. We'll change the listen port to 7011. So, cmo listen port. It's 7001. We will change it to 7011. Listen port 7011. Done. Then we will have to do update domain. To do a update domain. Okay, update domain done. So now we will exit. Yeah, exited from WLST. Now we will start the admin server. We'll start the admin server for WLST domain. So we'll log in putting WLST domain. This is the new domain that we created through WLST. Server state changed to running. So it has started. Now here we will connect to the WLST domain. So we will connect to the admin server. So 7011 is the port. So let's connect. I think we have to run the WLST again. So we have to run the WLST again. Then we will have to connect. There is a warning, but it is successfully connected to admin server that belongs to domain WLST underscore domain. So we are connected. We are in server config. Server config. Server config is the read-only MBIN hierarchy for the server you are currently connected to. Configuration MBINs capture the configuration for a server, feature, resource, or application in WebLogic. Server runtime is the read-only runtime MBIN hierarchy for the server that you are connected to. Runtime MBIN provides runtime statistics and information for services, features, resources, applications in WebLogic. Demo config represents the configuration MBIN hierarchy for the entire domain config. This is where most of the configuration and admin tasks will take place. Domain runtime represents all runtime MBIN for the entire domain. You switch to MBIN hierarchy by typing to switch to read-only MBIN hierarchy type domain config. So we will have to go to domain config. So we have to type domain config. So we are in domain config. Then we have to type edit and start edit. So we have to type edit first. Then we will have to type start edit. Okay, start eraser comma. Now we'll create a domain. We'll create a managed server. MS1 created successfully. Next is we'll go to cd servers ms1. So let's type so it's listening on 7001. If you want, you can change it. You can set the listen port to something else, but will remain as it is. So now we will go switch back to domain config. Domain config again. Okay, before that we'll have to validate and activate the changes. So we'll type validate, activate. Domain config. Now we will go to domain config, and now we will deploy an application. Our main web app we will deploy MS1. But before that, I think we have to start a new terminal window and start MS1. We have to start MS1. So we'll merge it. WLS domain. Start management server MS1. WebLogic, WebLogic 1, 2, 3. So the managed server is starting up. So the server started in change to running. Server state changed to running. So the managed server has started. Now we'll deploy an application. So to deploy an application, we have the app name as main web app. Path is where in the build folder where the app is located, and target is MS1. So with this, we'll deploy the app. So you see completed the deployment for application status completed. So, so friends, we have used WLST to first work in offline mode. We created a domain in offline mode. Then we started that domain and connected WLST to the admin server. So we came to the online mode, and there we created a managed server. We traversed the MBIN hierarchy, and we deployed an application to the managed server. So that's about WLST. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.